Hello there, dreamers of Hogwarts. Tonight, we journey beyond the ticking clocks of the Muggle world into a realm of magic, mystery, and memories hidden in candlelit corridors. I'll be your guide through the enchanted halls of Hogwarts, where portraits whisper secrets, staircases shift with purpose, and even silence holds a bit of spellwork. So, tuck in, dim the lights, and let the soft swish of robes and the hum of spells lull you into rest. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore our full Harry Potter playlist for more sleepy tales from the wizarding world. And if there's a magical moment you'd love to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Harry Potter, where dreams swirl like smoke from a wand. The dormitory sleeps around Emma Hartwell, 4 beds breathing in quiet rhythm while she lies wide awake, staring at the canopy above her narrow mattress. The fabric hangs heavy and still in the November air, its deep red folds catching no movement, no whisper of wind from the sealed windows. Her roommates have long since settled into dreams. Sarah with her soft snores, Penelope muttering fragments of transfiguration theory, Claire curled tight as a cat beneath her covers. But sleep eludes Emma like smoke through fingers, leaving her restless and hollow in the small hours before dawn. Homesickness sits in her chest like a stone, heavy and cold and impossible to dislodge. It's been 2 months since the Hogwarts Express carried her away from everything familiar, and still she feels untethered, adrift in a place that should feel like home but somehow never does. The common room with its crackling fire and worn armchairs holds no comfort for her. The great hall's magnificent ceiling and floating candles feel too grand, too overwhelming. Even her classes, which she loves, cannot quite fill the hollow space where belonging should live. She thinks of her mother's kitchen, small and warm and always smelling of fresh bread. Of her father's workshop, where he mends clocks with patience and precision, each tick a heartbeat of home. Of her grandmother's garden, where mint grows wild beside the stone path and lavender releases its perfume at the lightest touch. These memories feel both precious and painful, treasures that remind her of everything she's left behind. At midnight, Emma gives up the pretense of sleep. She slips from beneath her covers, bare feet silent on the cold stone floor. Her dressing gown hangs on its peg like a guardian, thick wool her mother knitted in worried preparation for Scottish winters. She wraps it around herself, pulls on her softest slippers and pads to the dormitory door with the careful steps of practiced insomnia. The common room lies empty, embers glowing like sleepy eyes in the great fireplace. Emma crosses to the portrait hole, whispering the password to the fat lady who grumbles about inconsiderate hours but swings open nonetheless. The corridors beyond stretch dark and familiar. Emma has walked them many nights, seeking spaces where loneliness feels less acute, where the walls don't seem to press quite so close. Tonight, though, something draws her deeper into the castle than usual. Past the familiar routes to empty classrooms and forgotten alcoves, down staircases she rarely uses, through passages that seem to exhale the breath of centuries. The very air feels different here, warmer somehow, touched with scents that make her stomach wake with sudden fierce hunger. She follows her nose through turns she doesn't recognize, guided by the mingled aromas of baking bread and simmering soup, of herbs both familiar and exotic. The smell of cardamom dances with cinnamon, while something deeper, earthy and complex, weaves through it all like an invitation written in fragrance. The passage opens into a corridor she's never seen before, its walls lined with portraits of long-dead house elves, their painted eyes kind and knowing in the wandlight. At the corridor's end stands a door of warm oak, slightly ajar, golden light spilling through the gap like liquid comfort. Emma approaches with the reverence due to discovered secrets. She can hear sounds now, the gentle clink of ceramic, the soft rush of steam, the whispered movements of someone working with practiced care. Through the crack in the door, she glimpses what lies beyond the Hogwarts kitchens, but not as she's ever imagined them. The main kitchen stretches vast and busy even at this hour, house elves moving with quiet purpose among stoves that never sleep and ovens that breathe steady warmth into the night. But Emma's attention catches on something else entirely, a soft glow emanating from an alcove she hadn't noticed, tucked away in the kitchen's farthest corner, where moonlight filters through windows that shouldn't exist, casting silver pools on polished stone. She pushes the door wider, slips inside with held breath and careful steps. None of the working elves pay her any mind. They're accustomed, perhaps, to midnight wanderers drawn by hunger of one sort or another. But Emma doesn't head toward the main kitchen. Instead, she finds herself drawn to that distant glow, pulled by something deeper than appetite. The alcove opens before her like a secret chamber, circular and intimate. Its walls curved smooth as river stones. Windows line the space impossibly, for surely they're far below ground level, yet moonlight streams through them pure and bright, painting everything in shades of silver and pearl. The light seems to shift and dance of its own accord, sometimes brilliant, sometimes gentle, as if responding to some cosmic rhythm Emma cannot quite perceive. In the center of this impossible space sits a figure that makes Emma's breath catch in wonder and recognition. An ancient house elf, smaller than most of his kind, but carrying himself with a dignity that speaks of wisdom earned through centuries of living. His robes are different too, not the rough cloth or pillowcases that mark working elves, but flowing fabric that seems woven from moonbeams, silver and soft and somehow alive in the shifting light. The elf tends to an array of tea implements unlike anything Emma has ever seen. Teapots of crystal and clay, porcelain and metal, each one singing a different note when the breeze from the impossible windows touches their surfaces. The sounds blend into harmony, wind chimes made of ceramic, a music box constructed from tea service. Cups wait in neat rows, some delicate as eggshells, others sturdy as river stones, all of them gleaming with careful attention. At Emma's approach, the elf looks up with eyes that hold depths like still water. His face is lined with age beyond counting, but his expression is gentle, curious rather than startled by her midnight intrusion. Young Miss should not be wandering at such hours, he says, but his voice carries no scolding. Instead, Emma hears invitation, understanding the tone one might use with a fellow traveler met on a lonely road. "I'm sorry," Emma whispers, suddenly aware of her presumption. "I didn't mean to intrude. I couldn't sleep." "Ah." The elf nods as if this explains everything. Sleep eludes many in these small hours. "I am Sage." He gestures with one long-fingered hand to the space around them. "This is my sanctuary, where the troubled come to find peace in ceremony." Ceremony. Emma takes a tentative step closer, drawn despite her uncertainty. Sage's ancient features soften into something almost like a smile. "The brewing of emotions, young miss. Tea that tastes not of herbs and leaves, but of feelings themselves. Tonight the moon calls for such work, and I have been preparing since sunset." Emma looks around the alcove with new eyes. The impossible windows, she realizes, are positioned to catch moonlight at its most potent angles. The various tea implements aren't merely beautiful. They're tools, each one designed for specific purposes she can only guess at. The very air seems to hum with potential, charged with magic that has little to do with wands and spells and everything to do with intention, care, and the kind of wisdom that comes only with time. "I should go," Emma says, though every part of her yearns to stay. "This is your space. I don't want to disturb." "Tonight is the new moon," Sage interrupts gently. "A time for new beginnings, for addressing the emotions we carry like stones in our pockets. You have been carrying such stones for some time, I think." Emma's throat tightens. How can this stranger, this magical being she's never met, see so clearly what she's tried so hard to hide? "I'm fine," she manages. "Just homesick. It's normal for first years." Sage considers this, his head tilted like a bird listening for distant song. "Homesickness," he muses. "Yes, I have brewed many teas for such feeling. It is not shameful thing, young miss. It is proof of love, of roots that run deep in good soil. But sometimes the missing becomes too heavy. Yes, sometimes it needs transformation. Before Emma can respond, Sage turns to his collection of teapots and selects one that seems to be made of clouded glass, its surface swirling with patterns that remind Emma of morning mist. He places it carefully in the center of his workspace, then begins selecting other implements with the care of an artist choosing brushes. "You may stay if you wish," he says without looking at her. The ceremony is more powerful when witnessed, when the emotions are shared rather than held alone. "But you must understand, this is not magic to fix, to cure, to make problems disappear. This is magic to help feelings breathe." Emma finds herself nodding, though she's not entirely sure what she's agreeing to. She settles onto one of the cushions arranged around the circular space, pulling her dressing gown close against the night air. The stone beneath her is surprisingly warm, as if it holds the memory of sunlight. Sage begins his preparations with movements that speak of ritual refined across decades, perhaps centuries. He lights a small brazier with a gesture, not magical fire but natural flame that dances steady and sure. From various containers, he measures ingredients that look nothing like ordinary tea leaves. Some shimmer like captured starlight. Others seem to hold shadows in their depths. Still others shift color as he pours them into his palm. Homesickness requires specific care, Sage explains as he works, his voice taking on the rhythm of teaching. Too much heat, and it becomes bitterness. Too little, and it remains raw, unprocessed. The water must be heated just so, warm enough to release the essence, cool enough to preserve the love. He fills a copper kettle with water from a pitcher that seems to refill itself, though Emma sees no magic in the action beyond careful preparation. The water, she notices, is perfectly clear, but somehow seems to hold light, as if it's been touched by moonbeams and remembered their blessing. The leaves come from plants that grow in liminal spaces. Sage continues, showing Emma a handful of what looks like ordinary dried herbs but smells like memory itself. Complex, nostalgic, touched with sweetness and sorrow in equal measure. Places where home meets journey, where familiar becomes foreign. They understand the ache of transition. As the water heats, Sage prepares the teapot with motions that are part practical, part ceremonial. He warms the glass with careful attention, then adds the special leaves with reverence due to precious things. The brazier's flame flickers in patterns that seem almost like language, and Emma finds herself relaxing as she watches, her breathing slowing to match the gentle rhythm of preparation. "Now comes the most important part," Sage says when the water begins to whisper with approaching readiness. The brewing of homesickness requires movement, yes, but specific movement. Counterclockwise to honor the past we carry, slow to allow the feeling to speak. And exactly 13 stirs, no more, no less, for the 13 ways love travels across distance. He demonstrates, and Emma sees that this is indeed ceremony in the truest sense. Each stir of the wooden spoon creates small whirlpools in the steeping tea, and within those spirals, Emma could swear she sees images forming, fleeting glimpses of kitchens and gardens, of faces beloved and missed. The moon must witness, Sage says, lifting the teapot to catch the silver light streaming through the impossible windows. Steam rises from the spout, and in that vapor, Emma sees shapes that make her heart contract with recognition and longing. Her mother's profile, her father's hands, the outline of her childhood room. But the shapes don't linger long enough to cause pain. They form and dissolve like gentle dreams. Acknowledging the love they represent without demanding, she chooses between memory and presence. "It is ready," Sage announces, and Emma realizes that tears have been streaming down her cheeks without her notice. Not tears of sadness, exactly, but something more complex, release perhaps, or recognition. Sage pours the tea into 2 cups, both small and delicate as flower petals. The liquid is the color of twilight, neither dark nor light, but something in between, and it steams with warmth that seems to touch more than just the air. He offers Emma one cup with both hands, a gesture of respect that makes her feel honored rather than pitied. Drink slowly, he advises. Let it speak to the homesickness. Let it carry what needs carrying. Emma accepts the cup, surprised by its warmth against her palms. The tea smells like everything she's been missing. Her mother's lavender soap, her father's coffee, the particular mix of dust and sunlight that lives in her childhood bedroom. But underneath those familiar scents lies something else. Acceptance, understanding, the sense that missing something doesn't mean being broken. She takes her first sip and gasps softly at the taste. It is homesickness, unmistakably, the ache and longing and hollow space where belonging should live, but transformed somehow, made bearable, given context. The tea doesn't take away her missing. Instead, it reminds her that homesickness is love with nowhere to go, and love is never something to be ashamed of. Sage sips his own tea in companionable silence, and Emma realizes that he too carries the flavor of missing. How many homes has he known in his long life? How many beloveds has he watched age and pass while he remains? His homesickness tastes different from hers, deeper, more complex, touched with acceptance earned through centuries of practice. But it is recognizably the same emotion, just aged like fine wine. They sit together in the silver moonlight, two beings separated by species and experience, but united in the simple act of acknowledging their feelings without trying to fix them. The tea warms Emma from the inside out, not with magical healing, but with the comfort of being truly understood. Better, Sage asks when both cups are empty. Emma considers the question carefully. The homesickness is still there. She can feel it like a gentle ache in her chest, but it no longer feels like a weight dragging her down. Instead, it feels like what Sage said, love with nowhere to go, proof of connections that distance cannot truly break. Different, she says finally. Still there, but gentler somehow. Like it's okay to miss home. It is very okay to miss home, Sage confirms. Missing means loving. And love, young miss, is the most powerful magic of all. It needs no wand, no spell, no permission from others. It simply is, and it connects us across any distance. They begin to clean the tea implements together, Emma following Sage's lead in treating each piece with care and respect. The work is meditative, soothing, and she finds herself thinking not of everything she's missing, but of everything she's discovering. This hidden sanctuary, this wise teacher, this new understanding of emotions as things to be honored rather than conquered. Will you come again? Sage asks as they finish their work. The ceremony happens each time the moon calls for it. Sometimes new moon, sometimes full, sometimes the quarter phases when emotions need different kinds of attention. There are many teas to learn, many feelings to brew. I'd like that, Emma says, and realizes she means it completely. Could you teach me how to brew emotions, I mean? Sage's ancient face lights with pleasure. Teaching is gift both ways, young miss. I would be honored to share what I have learned, but you must understand, this path requires patience. Emotions cannot be rushed, cannot be forced. They must be allowed to steep in their own time, to reveal their flavors gradually. Emma nods, thinking of her homesickness and how the tea didn't cure it but transformed it into something more bearable, more meaningful. I think I'm learning that already. Then you are ready to begin, Sage says. Return when the moon moves to half phase, 6 nights hence. We will brew courage then, not the loud kind that soldiers carry into battle, but the quiet kind that lets us sit with difficult feelings until they transform into wisdom. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower feels different from Emma's journey down. Her steps are lighter, not because her problems have vanished, but because she carries them differently now. The castle's corridors seem less forbidding, more like pathways to discovery than barriers to belonging. In the common room's dying firelight, she settles into one of the deep armchairs and pulls out parchment and quill. She has a letter to write, not the cheerful, everything is fine notes she's been sending home, but something more honest. a letter that acknowledges the homesickness while also sharing the wonder of what she's beginning to discover in this strange new world. "Dear Mum and Dad," she writes, "I miss you both terribly, and I'm learning that's okay. Missing you means I was loved well, and that love travels with me wherever I go. Tonight I learned something beautiful about feelings and tea and the magic of sitting with emotions instead of fighting them. I can't wait to tell you all about it." As she writes, Emma realizes that the hollow space in her chest hasn't disappeared, but it has transformed. What once felt empty now feels full of potential, ready to be filled not with replacements for what she's left behind, but with new connections, new understanding, new forms of belonging. The homesickness will return. She knows this, but now she also knows where to go when it does, and more importantly, that carrying such feelings doesn't make her weak or ungrateful. It makes her human, connected, loved. 6 nights later, Emma makes her way back to the kitchens, just as the half-moon rises over the castle. Sage waits in his circular sanctuary, different tea implements arranged in precise patterns, the impossible windows framing the lunar crescent like a silver blessing. "Courage tonight," he greets her with a warmth that speaks of friendship beginning, the quiet kind that lets us be authentic rather than perfect. Emma settles onto her cushion with the ease of someone coming home. Around them, the air shimmers with possibility, charged with magic that has nothing to do with spells and everything to do with the simple act of showing up, being present, allowing feelings their full expression. The months that follow establish a rhythm that becomes as natural as breathing. Emma learns to read the moon's phases, to understand which emotions call for brewing when lunar energy shifts and changes. She discovers that anger requires clockwise stirring and water heated nearly to boiling, while sadness needs the gentlest warmth and clockwise motion slow as a lullaby. Other students begin to appear in the sanctuary, drawn perhaps by the same inexplicable pull that first brought Emma to its doors. Marcus, a 7th-year Hufflepuff carrying grief over his grandmother's death. Lily, a 3rd-year Ravenclaw whose anxiety about exams has grown too heavy to bear alone. David, the Slytherin prefect whose perfectionism has become a prison. Each brings their own flavors of emotion, their own needs for brewing and ceremony. Sage welcomes them all with the same gentle wisdom, teaching them to sit with their feelings rather than fight them, to find in tea and ritual a space where authenticity is not only safe but sacred. Emma becomes something like Sage's assistant, helping newer students understand the basic principles of emotion brewing. She learns that teaching deepens her own understanding, that sharing wisdom makes it multiply rather than diminish. Her homesickness, while never completely gone, transforms season by season into something richer, more complex, a connection to home that doesn't require her physical presence to remain strong. The circular sanctuary fills with voices on ceremony nights, but never with chatter or forced conversation. Instead, the students who gather there seem to understand instinctively that this is a space for deeper communication, the kind that happens in shared silence, in the simple act of witnessing each other's courage to feel fully and honestly. Spring arrives early at Hogwarts, but Emma barely notices the changing weather. Her attention has turned inward, to the garden of emotions she's learning to tend with the same care Sage brings to his brewing. She writes longer letters home now, filled with stories of discovery and growth, of friendships built on honesty rather than performance. Her roommates begin to ask about her midnight wanderings, curious about the changes they see in her, the increased calm, the deeper contentment, the way she seems more present even in difficult moments. Emma shares what she can without breaking the sanctuary's essential privacy, speaking of tea and ceremony and the wisdom of an ancient house elf who understands that healing happens not through fixing but through feeling. Some students ask to join her, and Emma brings them carefully, one at a time, ensuring they understand that the sanctuary is not entertainment or escape, but sacred space requiring respect and genuine participation. Most find their way to regular attendance, drawn by something they can't quite name but desperately need. The ceremony changes Emma in ways both subtle and profound. Her homesickness, while still present, no longer feels like exile from belonging, but like one thread in a tapestry of connections that spans distances and species, and the boundaries between past, present, and future. She discovers that she can be homesick and at home simultaneously, that missing her family actually deepens her capacity for love rather than limiting it. Her grades improve not because she's less emotional, but because she's learned to work with her emotions rather than against them. When anxiety arises before exams, she brews tea for nervous energy and finds that the feeling transforms into focused attention. When loneliness creeps in during difficult social moments, she remembers the sanctuary and the community of honest feeling she's found there. By the time spring gives way to early summer, Emma realizes that the hollow space in her chest has filled completely, not with replacements for what she left behind, but with new forms of belonging that expand rather than compete with her love for home. She belongs to her family and to Hogwarts, to her past and to her growing future, to the sanctuary and to the world beyond its walls. On the last full moon before term ends, Sage announces that he has a special tea to brew, one he calls gratitude, flavored with the recognition of gifts received and wisdom gained. The ceremony that night includes not just Emma and her fellow students, but several house elves from the main kitchen, ghosts who appear in the moonlight, even a few portraits that somehow migrate from their frames to witness the brewing. Gratitude, Sage explains as he prepares the delicate blend, requires no special technique, no specific temperature. It needs only presence, only the willingness to see clearly what has been given and received. The tea, when it comes, tastes like everything beautiful Emma has experienced in her months at Hogwarts. The sanctuary's silver light, the warmth of unexpected friendship, the satisfaction of emotions acknowledged and transformed, the deep peace of being known and accepted completely. As they sit in companionable silence, sipping tea that tastes like thankfulness itself, Emma realizes that she's found what she was looking for without knowing she was searching. Not a cure for homesickness, but a way to carry it that honors both her past and her present. Not an end to difficult emotions, but a practice for transforming them into wisdom. Will you continue the ceremony? She asks Sage as they clean the implements one final time before summer holiday. Always, he replies with the certainty of someone who has witnessed centuries of transformation. The moon will call, emotions will need brewing, and I will be here. But you, young miss, will carry the ceremony with you now. You have learned to brew emotions in any space, with any tools, simply by bringing the proper intention. Emma nods, understanding that this is both ending and beginning. The sanctuary will always be here when she needs it, but she no longer needs it in the desperate way she once did. The practice has become part of her, portable and permanent. The train ride home feels different this time. Instead of leaving one life for another, Emma carries both with her, the belonging she's discovered at Hogwarts and the love that has always surrounded her at home. Her emotions, instead of pulling her in opposite directions, flow together like different teas brewed in the same pot, each flavor distinct but harmonious. Her parents meet her at King's Cross with the same love they've always shown, but Emma receives it differently now. She can feel their worry about her homesickness, their relief at seeing her happy, their curiosity about the changes they sense in her. Instead of hiding her growth to protect them, she shares it freely, telling them about Sage and the sanctuary and the magic of sitting with feelings instead of fighting them. That first night home, Emma makes tea for her family, ordinary tea from ordinary leaves, but brewed with the intention and care Sage taught her. She tells them about emotion brewing not as something exotic or magical, but as wisdom anyone can learn and practice. Her mother listens with the attention of someone recognizing truth, and her father asks thoughtful questions about the relationship between feelings and time. The summer passes in a rhythm of sharing and integration. Emma helps in her mother's garden, bringing to the work a mindfulness she learned in midnight ceremonies. She spends hours in her father's workshop, finding in the careful repair of clockwork the same patience required for emotional brewing. She writes letters to friends from the sanctuary, staying connected to that community of authentic feeling even across the distance of holiday. When September approaches, and it's time to return to Hogwarts, Emma feels anticipation instead of anxiety. She packs her trunk with care, including a small tea set her parents bought her. Nothing magical about it, except the intention with which she'll use it. Lulls. The hollow space that once lived in her chest has been replaced by something full and warm and infinitely expandable, ready to embrace whatever emotions the new school year might bring. On the train, she sits with students both old and new, sharing the simple wisdom of presence and acceptance that Sage taught her. She doesn't recruit anyone for the sanctuary. That space calls those who need it when they're ready to hear. But she carries its teachings openly, letting her own transformation speak to the possibility of sitting with difficult feelings until they reveal their gifts. The castle welcomes her back with familiar warmth, but Emma sees it differently now. Not as a place separate from home, but as another form of belonging, another thread in the tapestry of connections that make up a life fully lived. The corridors that once felt forbidding now feel like pathways to discovery. The common room that once overwhelmed her now offers community and comfort. That first night back, Emma makes her way to the kitchens just as the new moon rises dark and full of potential. Sage waits in his sanctuary with tea implements arranged for renewal, for beginnings, for the quiet ceremony of acknowledging growth while remaining open to further transformation. "Welcome home, young miss," he says, and Emma understands that home is not a place but a practice, not a location but a way of being present to whatever arises with courage, wisdom, and the deep magic of authentic feeling. They brew tea for new beginnings as the moonlight streams impossibly through windows that shouldn't exist, in a circular sanctuary where emotions are honored and feelings are transformed through the simple act of patient presence. Around them the castle sleeps, but in this small space the real magic of Hogwarts continues its ancient work, not the flashy spells of classroom learning, but the deeper enchantment of becoming fully authentically human. The tea tastes like possibility itself, like every emotion Emma has learned to honor, like the promise of continued growth and the comfort of knowing that whatever feelings arise, she now has the tools to meet them with grace. She sips slowly, letting the warmth spread through her like a benediction, like a promise that she will never again be alone with difficult emotions. As the ceremony concludes and they clean their implements with meditative care, Emma realizes that the journey that began with desperate homesickness has led her to something she didn't know she was seeking. Not the absence of difficult feelings, but the presence of wisdom to meet them. Not the cure for longing, but the transformation of longing into connection that spans any distance. The sanctuary will always be here, she knows, whenever the moon calls for ceremony and emotions need the gentle alchemy of patient brewing. But more importantly, she carries the sanctuary within her now, a space of acceptance and transformation that no external circumstance can disturb, a practice of presence that turns every feeling into an opportunity for deeper understanding. As midnight tea ceremony settles into the peaceful rhythm of established practice, and Emma finds her own wisdom deepening with each lunar cycle, another student wanders the castle's corridors, drawn by different midnight magic. In our next tale, Insomniac David discovers ovens that only heat after darkness falls, baking pastries flavored with the dreams of their creators. Join us for Dream Pastry Ovens. Sleep has never been David's friend. While his Ravenclaw dormmates slip into dreams with the ease of birds settling onto branches, David lies awake, listening to the castle. Breathe around him. The ancient stones whisper stories to each other in voices too low for waking ears. But David hears them anyway. Fragments of history, echoes of magic, the endless conversation between present and past that flows through Hogwarts like a river beneath the floorboards. Tonight, like so many others, he gives up the pretense of rest. 3 o'clock stretches before him with familiar weight, heavy with the knowledge that dawn is still hours away. His roommates sleep deeply, Roger with his textbook still balanced on his chest, Anthony curled around his pillow like it might escape, Michael breathing with the rhythm of someone whose mind actually knows how to rest. David envies them their easy surrender to unconsciousness. His own dreams, when they finally come, are too vivid, too intense, filled with journeys through landscapes that feel more real than his waking hours. Mountains that sing with crystal voices, forests where every tree holds memories in its rings, oceans that taste of starlight and possibility. He wakes from such dreams more exhausted than rested, as if his spirit has been traveling while his body lay still. The common room lies empty, except for the dying embers in the great fireplace, glowing like drowsy eyes in the darkness. David settles into his favorite chair by the window, where the lake spreads black and still beyond the glass. Sometimes he can glimpse the giant squid moving in the depths, a shadow among shadows as restless as he in the small hours. He's brought a book, advanced astronomical calculations, but the equations blur together in the dim light. His attention drifts instead to the patterns the dying fire casts on the stone walls, shapes that remind him of the impossible architectures he explores in dreams. Spires that twist like frozen lightning, bridges that span not just space but time itself, doorways that open onto views of distant stars. The scent reaches him gradually, so subtle at first that he mistakes it for imagination. Sweet yeast and butter, the warm promise of fresh bread, but underneath lies something more complex, cardamom and mystery, vanilla touched with starlight, the smell of dreams made manifest. David's empty stomach responds with sudden fierce hunger, but more than that, his spirit responds with recognition. This is the scent of his nocturnal wanderings, of landscapes visited in sleep. He abandons his book and follows his nose through corridors he's explored countless times in his midnight roaming. The castle reveals different secrets to insomniacs, pathways that seem to shift and change when observed by sleepless eyes. Tonight, the familiar route to the kitchens leads him through passages he doesn't recognize, past portraits whose subjects seem more alert than usual, their painted eyes tracking his movement with curious interest. The kitchen door stands slightly ajar, golden light spilling through the gap like an invitation. It's not the main kitchen that draws David's attention. It's something else, something he's never noticed before, despite his many midnight visits seeking distraction from sleeplessness. In the farthest corner of the vast space, where shadow meets shadow and most students never venture, stands a collection of ovens unlike any David has ever seen. They're smaller than the great baking ovens that serve the castle's daily needs, more intimate in scale, built of stone that seems to hold light within its crystalline structure. Even from a distance, David can see that these ovens are different. Their surfaces glow with soft, shifting colors that remind him of Aurora Borealis, of the way dreams look when you're standing on their borders. And before them, wreathed in steam and frustration, stands the smallest house elf David has ever encountered. The elf can't be much larger than a child, with enormous eyes that hold depths of intelligence and creativity far beyond his apparent age. His usual work clothes have been replaced with what looks like baker's attire, a tiny apron dusted with flour, sleeves rolled up to reveal arms streaked with ingredients David can't identify. But it's the expression on the elf's face that stops David in his tracks, pure, desperate concentration mixed with disappointment so profound it makes David's chest ache in sympathy. The elf doesn't notice David's approach, too focused on the smoking remains of what was obviously meant to be a pastry. The ovens around him pulse with gentle light, their colors shifting from rose to gold to deep purple, but the baked goods emerging from them are uniformly ruined, burnt beyond recognition, or collapsed into unappetizing heaps, or somehow both overcooked and raw simultaneously. "Excuse me," David says softly, not wanting to startle the obviously frustrated baker. The elf spins around with a squeak of alarm, dropping the blackened pastry he'd been examining. His enormous eyes, the color of twilight clouds, fill with tears he's clearly been holding back for some time. "Oh, students should not be here." Whisper is making terrible mess, ruining everything, wasting ingredients. The elf's voice is higher than most, touched with youth and despair. Whisper will clean, will hide burnt things, will not disturb students' sleep. "Wait," David interrupts, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I'm not here to complain. I couldn't sleep anyway. I was just curious about. He gestures toward the glowing ovens. What are these? I've never seen anything like them. Whisper's ears droop with shame. Dream ovens, he whispers. Very old magic, very special. They bake only after midnight, using dreams instead of ordinary fire. But Whisper's dreams are too. He struggles for words. Too much, too wild. Everything burns. David steps closer, fascinated despite Whisper's obvious distress. The ovens are even more remarkable up close, their surfaces carved with symbols that seem to shift when he's not looking directly at them. The warmth they radiate feels different from ordinary heat, more like the sensation of standing in sunlight after a long winter, or the feeling of being welcomed home after a difficult journey. Dreams instead of fire, David asks. How does that work? Whisper glances around nervously, as if checking for eavesdroppers. Old magic, he repeats. Baker puts ingredients in oven, but heat comes from baker's dreams from night before. Good dreams make good pastries, sweet, light, bringing peaceful sleep to those who eat them. But Whisper's dreams, his voice breaks slightly. Whisper dreams of seeing world, of adventure, of places beyond these walls. Too intense, too hot, burns everything. Understanding floods through David like sunrise. This small elf carries the same restless energy that keeps David awake, the same yearning for experiences beyond the boundaries of ordinary life. But where David's dreams take him on impossible journeys through landscapes of wonder, Whisper's dreams of freedom and adventure translate into destructive heat that ruins his careful work. What if? David begins, then stops, uncertain. The idea forming in his mind feels presumptuous, possibly intrusive, but Whisper looks so defeated, so hopeless, that David finds himself continuing. What if you use someone else's dreams? I mean, what if we work together? Whisper's ears perk up with cautious interest. Together, I'm an insomniac, David explains. When I do dream, they're calm, I suppose. Wandering dreams. I explore places that don't exist, but peacefully, without urgency. Maybe if we combined them, your adventurous dreams with my wandering ones, the temperature would be more balanced. For a long moment, Whisper stares at him with those enormous eyes. Then so quietly David has to strain to hear. Student would share dreams with Whisper, even though Whisper is just house elf. The pain in that question makes David's throat tighten. You're not just anything. You're an artist, a baker, someone who understands magic I've never even heard of. I'd be honored to learn from you. Whisper's face transforms with wonder and hope. Whisper has never worked with human dreams before, but old magic says it possible, if both dreamers willing. Very delicate work though, must blend dreams like blending ingredients. Careful, respectful, understanding what each brings to mixture. They spend the next hour in careful conversation, Whisper explaining the intricacies of dream baking, while David shares his experiences of restless sleep and vivid nocturnal journeys. The ovens seem to listen, their colors shifting gently as if responding to the discussion. First, Whisper says, pulling out ingredients David has never seen before. We must understand what dreams taste like. Whisper's dreams of adventure, they have flavor of cinnamon and lightning, of wind across high places. What do students' dreams taste like? David considers this carefully. Vanilla, maybe, but not ordinary vanilla. Something deeper, calmer, and mint perhaps. The kind that grows wild, not cultivated. Freedom without desperation, if that makes sense. Whisper nods sagely. Makes perfect sense. Dreams have flavors, just like emotions have colors. Now we learn to blend. He begins measuring ingredients with the precision of someone who understands that baking is chemistry, art, and magic combined. Tonight we make simple bread, good for learning dream temperatures, dream rhythms. The process is unlike anything David has experienced. Instead of following a recipe, they work intuitively, letting their shared understanding of each other's sleep patterns guide their choices. Whisper adds ingredients for adventure, cardamom that sparkles like captured starlight, yeast that seems to bubble with excitement, while David suggests elements for wandering, flour that feels soft as morning mist, salt that tastes of peaceful oceans. Now comes most important part, Whisper says as they prepare the dough. Must shape while thinking of dreams we want to share, not forcing, not demanding, but inviting, asking dreams to lend their heat gently. They work the dough together, 4 hands shaping one loaf, and David feels something extraordinary happening. His usual restlessness settles into focused calm, while Whisper's desperate energy transforms into creative enthusiasm. The dough beneath their hands seems to respond, becoming more elastic, more alive, as if it's absorbing not just their physical efforts but their emotional states. When they place the loaf in the first oven, the stone walls begin to glow with a soft, steady light, not the wild fluctuations that accompanied Whisper's solo attempts, but a gentle warmth that speaks of dreams in harmony. Now we wait, Whisper says, settling onto a small stool beside the ovens, and we talk, so dreams stay connected while bread bakes. They share stories as the oven works its magic. Whisper tells David about his deepest longings, not just to see the world beyond Hogwarts, but to create things that bring joy and comfort to others. His dream baking isn't just about adventure, it's about channeling his wanderlust into something nurturing, something that can feed both body and spirit. David finds himself opening up in ways he rarely does, describing his midnight wanderings through impossible landscapes. The way his dreams feel more real than his waking hours sometimes. I think I dream to escape, he admits. But listening to you, I wonder if maybe I dream to explore, to understand something I can't grasp when I'm awake. The oven's glow shifts and deepens as they talk, and David realizes that this conversation is part of the magic, the sharing of perspectives, the blending of different kinds of longing into something richer than either could achieve alone. When the timer chimes, a soft musical note that seems to come from the oven itself, rather than any mechanical device, they open the door to reveal bread unlike anything David has ever seen. Golden brown and perfectly risen, but with subtle patterns in the crust that seem to shift and change like cloud formations, like the landscapes David explores in dreams. It worked. Whisper breathes, his voice filled with wonder and disbelief. They break the bread while it's still warm, and David gasps at the taste. It's everything they discussed and more. Adventure and wandering, excitement and peace, the flavor of dreams made edible. But underneath the obvious elements lies something deeper. The satisfaction of collaboration, of 2 different kinds of magic working in harmony. This is incredible, David says, and means it completely. How long have you been trying to make the ovens work? Months, Whisper admits. Whisper found them by accident, thought they were answer to all desires for adventure, but Whisper's dreams too intense alone, too desperate, needed. He looks at David with gratitude shining in his huge eyes. Needed friend who understands dreaming differently. They clean up together, already planning tomorrow night's experiment. Whisper suggests trying pastries next. Croissants that might taste like morning possibilities, tarts filled with the sweetness of peaceful sleep. David finds himself more excited about bedtime than he's been in years, knowing that his restless dreams might finally serve a purpose beyond keeping him awake. The walk back to Ravenclaw Tower feels different, charged with new possibility. David's usual midnight restlessness has transformed into anticipation, and for the first time in months he finds himself genuinely tired when he reaches his dormitory. His sleep, when it comes, is filled with dreams of baking, not the solitary struggle he witnessed earlier, but collaborative creation, 2 minds working together to transform yearning into nourishment. He dreams of bread that tastes like adventure tempered with wisdom, pastries that carry the comfort of shared understanding. The next night, David makes his way to the kitchens with eager steps. Whisper waits beside the dream ovens, ingredients already laid out with careful precision. The house elf's demeanor has changed completely. Where yesterday he radiated desperate frustration, tonight he glows with creative confidence. Tonight we try croissants, Whisper announces. Very delicate pastry, requires dreams in perfect balance. Too much adventure, they become tough. Too much wandering, they lose structure. Must find harmony. The process is more complex than simple bread, requiring multiple stages of shaping and resting. but David finds the work meditative rather than stressful. As they fold butter into dough with careful precision, Whisper shares more of his story, how he was born in the kitchens, raised on the satisfaction of feeding others, but always carrying dreams of horizons beyond castle walls. House elves supposed to be content with service, Whisper says as they shape the delicate crescents, and Whisper is content, loves feeding students, loves making special meals for holidays, but also wants to know what world tastes like beyond these walls. Is that wrong? Not wrong at all, David replies firmly. Dreams aren't betrayal of where you are, they're expansion, ways of experiencing more than your current circumstances allow. As if responding to this affirmation, the ovens glow more brightly, their warmth encompassing both dreamers in acceptance and encouragement. The croissants bake to perfect golden perfection, their layers flaky and light, infused with flavors that speak of both adventure and contentment. They taste them together in companionable silence, and David realizes that something profound is happening. His chronic insomnia, instead of being a curse, has become the bridge to understanding he never knew he needed. Through sharing dreams with Whisper, he's discovering that his restless energy has purpose, can be channeled into creation rather than mere endurance. Word of the Midnight Bakery spreads gradually, the way secrets do in a castle full of students. Other insomniacs begin appearing in the kitchen's depths, drawn by the sense of impossible pastries and the promise of dreams made manifest. But David and Whisper are careful about who they invite into their circle. The dream ovens require genuine participation, real sharing of inner landscapes, not just curiosity about magical novelties. Sarah, a fifth-year Hufflepuff who walks the halls after nightmares, brings dreams flavored with flowers and sunlight, perfect for healing tarts that help others sleep peacefully. Marcus, the Slytherin prefect whose perfectionism keeps him awake reviewing the day's mistakes, contributes dreams of precision and improvement that create pastries with cleanly defined flavors and perfect textures. Each new contributor teaches David and Whisper something about the range of human dreaming, the countless ways people process their waking experiences through sleep. The ovens seem to expand to accommodate the growing circle, new cooking chambers appearing as if the magic itself is pleased with how the collaboration is developing. But the partnership between David and Whisper remains at the center of it all, the original harmony that makes all other combinations possible. They develop an intuitive understanding of each other's dream patterns, learning to adjust ingredients and temperatures based on subtle changes in mood or energy. Your dreams are different tonight, Whisper observes one evening in late November, examining David's contribution to their evening's baking. Deeper somehow, more settled. David considers this as he kneads dough for what they've dubbed contentment cookies, simple treats that taste like satisfaction itself. I think they are different. I'm sleeping better for one thing, and when I do dream, they feel less like escapes and more like explorations with purpose. It's true, the desperate quality that used to drive his nocturnal wanderings has transformed into something more like research, as if his dreaming mind is gathering experiences to share rather than fleeing from waking reality. His dreams have become collaborative, even when he's dreaming alone. The change affects his waking hours too. In classes, he finds himself contributing insights that surprise his professors, connections between seemingly unrelated subjects, creative solutions to complex problems. His charms work improves dramatically when he begins thinking of spells as recipes that require the same balance and intuition he's learning in the Midnight Kitchen. Dreams and magic not so different. Whisper observes as they prepare a batch of what they call possibility pastries, flaky shells filled with cream that tastes like potential itself. Both require imagination, both change reality through intention and skill. The winter term passes in a blur of creative collaboration. David's circle of friends expands beyond his Ravenclaw dorm mates to include the diverse group of midnight bakers who gather around the dream ovens. They're united not by house or year, but by shared understanding of what it means to transform restless energy into something nurturing. His parents, when he writes to them about his improved sleep and academic performance, are curious about the sudden change. David finds ways to explain without revealing the sanctuary he's found, describing the importance of creative outlets, the value of collaboration, the way helping others can transform personal struggles into strengths. "I've found my purpose," he writes in a letter home. "It turns out my insomnia wasn't a problem to be solved, but a gift to be understood and shared. I'm learning that what makes us different often makes us valuable in ways we never expected." The response from his mother includes a package of rare spices and unusual flowers, ingredients she's collected from her own travels. "For your creative projects," she writes. "Your father and I are so proud of how you've grown this year. We can hear the contentment in your letters." Spring arrives early at Hogwarts, but David barely notices the changing seasons. His attention has turned inward, to the garden of collaboration he and Whisper have cultivated in the kitchen's depths. The dream ovens respond to the approaching end of term with increased activity, as if they sense the need to store up magic for the long separation of summer holiday. "What will happen to the ovens when I leave?" David asks one night, as they prepare what might be their last collaborative baking session of the term. Whisper's expression grows thoughtful. "Ovens will wait," he says simply. "They have waited centuries for right dreamers to find them. They can wait through one summer, but Whisper hopes." He trails off, suddenly shy. "What do you hope?" David prompts gently. Whisper hopes student will return, will continue learning, continue sharing dreams. This collaboration, it has changed Whisper too. Dreams of adventure now include dreams of creating beautiful things with friends. Less desperate, more joyful. David feels his throat tighten with emotion. "Of course I'll return. This partnership, this friendship, it's the most important thing I've found at Hogwarts. My dreams wouldn't be the same without yours to balance them." They work in comfortable silence, preparing a special batch of their finest pastries, bread that tastes like lasting friendship, cookies flavored with gratitude, tarts filled with the promise of continuation. The ovens glow more brightly than David has ever seen them, their warmth encompassing the entire corner of the kitchen like a benediction. Other students have joined them tonight, all the midnight bakers who've become part of their extended family. Sarah brings her flower-scented dreams, Marcus contributes his precision and dedication, and others add their own unique flavors to the collaborative feast. But at the center of it all, David and Whisper work with the synchronized rhythm of true partnership, their different dreams creating harmony rather than competition. The train ride home feels different this time. Instead of leaving one life for another, David carries both with him, the contentment he's found in collaboration and the excitement of sharing his discoveries with family. His trunk contains not just school supplies but carefully wrapped packages of dream-baked goods, gifts that carry the magic of transformation and partnership. His parents notice the changes immediately. The restless energy that used to drive him to pace the house after midnight has been replaced by creative focus. He sets up a small kitchen workspace in the garden shed, experimenting with ordinary ovens and conventional ingredients, trying to recreate some of the magic he's learned without the benefit of dream-fired cooking chambers. The results are imperfect but promising. The bread he bakes carries echoes of his midnight collaborations, and his dreams, even without whispers to balance them, have retained their newfound purpose and direction. He writes letters to his partner throughout the summer, sharing his experiments and receiving detailed responses about Whisper's own continued exploration of the dream ovens. Whisper has been learning new techniques, one letter reports. Discovered ovens respond to group dreams too, many dreamers contributing to one pastry. Made celebration cake for Dobby's birthday using dreams from entire kitchen staff. Tasted like pure joy. David writes back with enthusiasm, describing his attempts to teach his younger sister some basic baking techniques. The way creative collaboration seems to improve every relationship it touches. "I think the real magic isn't in the dream ovens," he writes. He writes, "It's in learning to share our inner worlds, to let our different perspectives create something better than any of us could achieve alone. When September approaches and it's time to return to Hogwarts, David feels anticipation without anxiety. He packs his trunk with care, including new ingredients discovered during his summer experiments, special tools his parents bought him for his birthday. The restless energy that once made travel exhausting has been replaced by eager excitement about reunion and continued learning. The castle welcomes him back with familiar warmth, but David sees it differently now, not just as a school but as a place where impossible collaborations bloom, where differences become strengths when approached with openness and creativity. The corridors that once felt like barriers to sleep now feel like pathways to discovery. That first night back, David makes his way to the kitchens with quickening steps. Whisper waits beside the dream ovens, ingredients arranged with artistic precision, the magical chambers glowing with welcome. The house elf has grown during their separation, not physically, but in confidence and creative vision. Student is back, Whisper exclaims, his joy transforming the entire corner of the kitchen. Whisper has been preparing, learning, creating new recipes for collaborative dreaming. Tonight we make celebration feast. They work together with the easy rhythm of true partnership, their dreams blending seamlessly despite the months of separation. But David notices something new in their collaboration, depth earned through individual growth, strength that comes from learning to carry their shared magic even when apart. The pastries they create that night surpass anything they achieved the previous year. Bread that tastes like reunion, tarts filled with the sweetness of sustained friendship, cookies flavored with the satisfaction of growth shared and celebrated. The dream ovens pulse with contentment, their warmth encompassing not just the bakers but the entire kitchen, spreading magic that makes even the regular ovens burn more steadily. As they clean up with meditative care, David realizes that the journey begun with simple insomnia has led him to something he didn't know he was seeking. Not the cure for sleeplessness, but the transformation of restlessness into creativity, of solitary struggle into collaborative art. What shall we dream next? Whisper asks as they finish their work, and David hears in the question not just planning for tomorrow night, but anticipation of all the collaborations yet to be discovered. Everything, David replies, and means it completely. Let's dream everything together. The ovens dim to gentle twilight, their colors shifting through spectrums of contentment and anticipation. Around them, the castle sleeps. But in this corner of the kitchens, the real magic of Hogwarts continues its ancient work, not the flashy spells of classroom learning, but the deeper enchantment of discovering how our differences can create harmony when approached with respect, creativity, and the courage to share our inner worlds. David's dreams that night are filled with visions of pastries yet to be baked, flavors yet to be discovered, and the endless possibilities that unfold when two different kinds of magic learn to dance together in the transformative heat of dream-fired ovens. As the dream ovens settle into their patient rhythm, and David finds his restless nights transformed into collaborative creativity, another student seeks solace in the kitchen's deeper mysteries. In our next tale, Hannah discovers that recipes can hold more than ingredients. They can preserve the very essence of love itself. Join us for the Comfort Food Cookbook. The letter arrives on a Tuesday morning in November, carried by a barn owl whose feathers show the wear of a long journey. Hannah Pemberton recognizes her father's handwriting immediately, precise letters marching across cream parchment in the careful script he learned in his accounting training. But something about the envelope's weight, the way it sits heavier than usual in her palm, sends ice through her veins before she even breaks the wax seal. The words swim before her eyes at first, refusing to arrange themselves into meaning. Regret to inform peaceful passing, yesterday evening, funeral arrangements. It takes 3 readings before the truth settles into her bones like lead. Her grandmother is gone. Hannah sits at the Hufflepuff table while breakfast continues around her. The great hall's cheerful clatter suddenly muffled and distant. Her housemates chatter about upcoming Quidditch matches and potions essays, their voices reaching her as if from underwater. The scrambled eggs on her plate grow cold while she stares at the letter, reading the same impossible sentences over and over. Eleanor Pemberton, age 87, died peacefully in her sleep. The woman who raised Hannah through countless summers, who taught her to bake bread and tend gardens and see magic in everyday moments, is simply gone. The rest of the day passes in a haze of barely contained emotion. Hannah moves through her classes like a sleepwalker, taking notes she won't remember, answering questions with mechanical precision. Professor Sprout notices her distraction during herbology and pulls her aside with gentle concern, offering condolences and the use of her office if Hannah needs privacy. But Hannah shakes her head, mumbles something about being fine, and continues the pretense of normalcy until even she believes it. It's only after her dorm mates have settled into sleep, their breathing evening into the quiet rhythm of rest, that the grief finally breaks free. Hannah lies in her narrow bed with tears streaming down her cheeks, remembering her grandmother's hands, always flower-dusted, always warm, always ready to smooth away childhood hurts with the promise of something sweet from the oven. Grandmum's treacle pudding. The thought arrives unbidden, carrying with it a wave of longing so intense it makes Hannah gasp. Not just for the dessert itself, though, that was perfect, dense and moist and fragrant with spices that seemed to hold sunshine itself. No, what Hannah misses is the ritual of making it together, the way her grandmother's kitchen became a sanctuary where nothing bad could reach them, where love was measured in cups of flour and spoonfuls of golden syrup. Sleep feels impossible. Hannah slips from her bed, wraps herself in the dressing gown her grandmother knitted, thick wool in Hufflepuff yellow, stitched with protective charms that still smell faintly of lavender, and pads barefoot through the common room. The corridors beyond are empty, painted silver by moonlight streaming through tall windows. She finds herself in the kitchens without conscious decision, drawn by some instinct deeper than thought. The vast space lies mostly quiet, with only a few house elves tending the banked fires and preparing tomorrow's bread. They nod respectfully at her passage, but don't question her presence. Grief has its own permission, recognized even by those who serve. Hannah moves through the kitchen like someone walking through a memory, searching without knowing what she seeks. Grandmum's pudding recipe exists somewhere in her mind, but the details feel frustratingly vague. Golden syrup, certainly, and breadcrumbs, eggs, butter, but in what proportions? Mixed how? Steamed for how long? The knowledge seems to hover just beyond reach, like trying to remember a dream after waking. She opens cabinets and drawers with increasing desperation, looking for ingredients that might trigger clearer recollection. The house elves watch with concerned eyes but don't interfere, sensing perhaps that this is a pilgrimage requiring solitude. Hannah's search grows more frantic as memory continues to fail her. How could she have watched her grandmother make this pudding dozens of times and retained so little? It's while reaching for a jar of preserved ginger, stretching to grasp something stored behind larger containers, that her fingers brush against smooth leather. The binding feels old, worn soft by countless hands, warm despite the kitchen's cool air. Hannah pulls the book from its hiding place behind the pepper grinder and gasps at what she's discovered. The cookbook is unlike anything she's ever seen. Its leather cover bears no title, only a subtle impression of intertwined spoons and whisks that seem to move slightly in the lamplight. The binding falls open naturally in her hands, revealing pages that glow with gentle luminescence as if the ink itself holds captured starlight. But it's the writing that makes Hannah's breath catch in wonder. The recipes aren't printed or even handwritten in any conventional sense. Instead, they appear as she watches, words flowing across the parchment like spilled ink arranging itself into meaning. At the top of the first page, elegant script spells out comfort food memories, a collection of love made edible. Hannah turns pages with trembling fingers, finding recipe after recipe that pulses with more than mere instruction. These aren't just lists of ingredients and techniques, they're stories preserved in flour and sugar, seasoned with joy and tears and the countless small moments that make a life. Mrs. Weasley's healing soup reads one entry, created during the worst winter of her children's childhoods when influenza swept through the borough like wildfire. She stirred clockwise for protection, added extra carrots for Fred and George who were too sick to eat, whispered prayers for health with every ladleful. The love in this soup could cure more than illness. It mended spirits broken by worry and fear. Another page reveals Professor McGonagall's shortbread, with notes that make Hannah smile through her tears, baked only when homesickness struck her Scottish heart too keenly. She shaped each biscuit with the precision she brought to Transfiguration, but the magic was simpler, the comfort of familiar flavors, the satisfaction of creating something beautiful with her own hands. Students who received these cookies never knew they were eating their professor's remedy for loneliness. Page after page of similar entries, each recipe layered with emotional history, preserved not just for their ingredients, but for the circumstances that called them into being, the love that seasoned every spoonful. And there, near the middle of the book, Hannah finds what she's been seeking, Eleanor Pemberton's treacle pudding, but the entry is unlike the others she's read, where the previous recipes glowed with gentle warmth. This page pulses with something deeper, recognition, perhaps, or welcome. The words seem to leap from the parchment as Hannah reads, a pudding born of Sunday afternoons and scraped knees, of stories told while waiting for the steaming to finish, of a grandmother's hands teaching small fingers the alchemy of transforming simple ingredients into edible love. The recipe itself appears gradually, as if the book is testing her readiness to receive it. But Hannah quickly realizes that this isn't the precise formula she expected to find. Instead of exact measurements, the ingredients list speaks in terms of feeling: breadcrumbs enough to soak up sorrow, golden syrup sweet as childhood laughter, eggs beaten with the rhythm of familiar conversation, butter melted with the warmth of kitchen sanctuary. Below the ingredients, more text materializes. This pudding cannot be made from recipe alone. The cook must bring memory, must stir with intention, must understand that comfort food comforts not through taste but through the act of creation itself. Eleanor's hands knew this wisdom. Her granddaughter's hands must learn it. Hannah stares at the page, understanding flooding through her like sunrise. The cookbook isn't offering her a formula to recreate her grandmother's pudding exactly as it was. Instead, it's teaching her to cook with the same spirit, the same love, the same understanding that made ordinary ingredients extraordinary. A gentle touch on her shoulder makes her look up. One of the house elves, older than most, with eyes that hold decades of kitchen wisdom, stands beside her with an expression of deep understanding. The cookbook chooses its readers carefully. The elf says, her voice soft with respect, "I am Memory. I have been contributing recipes to that book for 40 years, watching it teach those who need its lessons most." Memory, Hannah repeats, the name feeling appropriate for someone whose presence seems to carry the weight of countless meals prepared with love. The book does not give recipes. Memory continues, settling onto a stool beside Hannah. It gives understanding. Your grandmother's pudding, the cookbook knows it, has preserved not just its making but its meaning. But you cannot cook it as she did. You must learn to cook it as you do, with your own love, your own intentions. Hannah's eyes fill with fresh tears. I don't know how. I watched her so many times, but I never really paid attention to the feeling part. I just saw ingredients and steps. Memory nods with the patience of someone who has guided many students through similar discoveries. Feeling is what makes comfort food comfortable. Technique can be learned, measurements memorized, but love must be stirred and fresh each time by each cook in their own way. She gestures to the cookbook. Read more. Let it teach you not just about your grandmother's pudding, but about the magic of cooking with intention. Then we will practice together. Hannah turns pages with new purpose. absorbing not just recipes but philosophy. She reads about bread baked with gratitude, about stews that simmered with patience, about cookies shaped with hope for tomorrow. Each entry teaches her something about the alchemy of transforming basic sustenance into emotional nourishment. Molly Weasley's apple crumble, she reads, created when Arthur was working late shifts at the ministry, and she needed to keep her hands busy with worry. She peeled apples with prayers for his safety, mixed topping with fierce protective love. The crumble tasted of home and security because she stirred both into every bite. The patterns begin to emerge. Comfort food isn't about perfect technique or expensive ingredients. It's about presence, about cooking with full attention to both the food and the feelings that call it into being. It's about understanding that the cook's emotional state becomes part of the recipe, that love and worry and hope all have flavors of their own. I think I'm beginning to understand, Hannah tells Memory, who has been watching her read with encouraging eyes. Understanding is the first ingredient. Memory agrees. Now we practice. But first, tell me about your grandmother's kitchen, not the recipe, the feeling. What did it mean to cook with her? Hannah closes her eyes, letting memory wash over her. Safety, she says finally. Her kitchen was the safest place in the world. Nothing bad could touch us there. She would let me crack the eggs, even when I got shells in the mixture. Let me stir, even when I splashed batter on the counter. She made me feel capable, important, like what we were creating together mattered. That is the real recipe, Memory says gently. Safety, capability, importance, mattering. Those are the ingredients that made her pudding special. Now, can you cook with those feelings? Can you create that same sense of mattering for yourself, for others who might eat what you make? The question hangs in the air like steam from a simmering pot. Hannah considers it carefully, examining her own relationship to cooking, to grief, to the way food can carry love across time and distance. I want to try, she says finally. Memory smiles and begins gathering ingredients, not just the physical components for treacle pudding, but the tools needed for emotional cooking. A mixing bowl worn smooth by countless hands, spoons that have stirred decades of meals, measuring cups that seem to understand that love cannot be precisely quantified. We start with intention, Memory explains as they work. Before we touch a single ingredient, we set the purpose. What do you want this pudding to do? What feeling do you want to stir into it? Hannah thinks of her dorm mates, of the other students she's seen struggling with homesickness and loss. I want it to comfort, she says. Not just me, but anyone who needs to feel held, understood. The way my grandmother's cooking made me feel. Good intention. Now as we work, we keep that in mind. Every action, cracking eggs, measuring syrup, stirring batter, we do with that comfort in mind. We ask, how can this step bring more comfort? How can this moment add more understanding? The process that follows is unlike any cooking Hannah has ever done. Instead of simply following steps, she finds herself truly present with each action, aware of how her emotional state affects everything she touches. When frustration arises at a stubborn lump of butter, at batter that won't quite come together, Memory teaches her to breathe through it, to stir the frustration itself into something useful. Cooking is meditation, Memory explains as they work. The ingredients teach patience. The stirring teaches rhythm. The waiting teaches trust. Your grandmother knew this. It is why her food tasted of peace. The cookbook remains open beside them, its pages offering not rigid instruction but gentle guidance. Hannah finds herself referring to it less for measurements and more for understanding, reading passages about the emotional architecture of comfort food while her hands work with increasing confidence. See how the batter changes as you stir with intention, Memory points out. It becomes smoother, more integrated. This is not imagination. Love has texture, has consistency. When we cook with full attention and good intention, the food responds. Hannah does see it, feels it in her hands and heart. The pudding mixture transforms from a collection of separate ingredients into something unified, coherent, whole. More than that, she can sense the comfort she's stirring in, the safety and capability and importance her grandmother always made her feel. When the pudding goes into its steaming pot, the kitchen fills with aroma that brings tears to Hannah's eyes, not of sadness now, but of recognition. This isn't exactly her grandmother's pudding, but it carries the same essential spirit, the same love made manifest. Now we wait, memory says, settling beside Hannah to watch steam rise from the covered pot. And while we wait, we practice the hardest part of comfort cooking, trusting that we have done enough, that the love we stirred in will do its work. They sit in companionable silence, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a kitchen at rest. Other house elves move quietly through their tasks, but the corner where Hannah and Memory wait feels sacred, set apart by the patient work of learning to cook with heart. Tell me about other recipes, Hannah says eventually. What other comfort foods has the cookbook taught you to make? Memory's eyes brighten with remembered joy. Oh, so many. Bread for those missing home. I learned to knead in the rhythm of familiar footsteps, to let the rising time hold space for homesickness to breathe. Soup for those feeling invisible, stirring in recognition, seasoning with the understanding that everyone matters. Cookies for those who fear they are not enough, each one shaped with affirmation, baked with the warmth of acceptance, and they work. The intention really makes a difference. Always, Memory says with quiet certainty. Food prepared with love always tastes of love. Food prepared with healing intention always carries healing. Not magic in the flashy sense, subtler than that. The magic of paying attention, of treating cooking as a form of care. The timer chimes, a soft musical note that seems to come from the steaming pot itself, rather than any mechanical device. Memory lifts the lid with ceremonial care, revealing pudding that gleams golden brown in the lamplight, fragrant with spices and sweet with syrup and rich with something indefinable but unmistakable. Perfect, Memory pronounces, and Hannah knows she doesn't just mean the texture or appearance. They serve themselves portions while the pudding is still warm. The first taste a revelation that makes Hannah gasp with recognition and wonder. This is her grandmother's pudding, not identical in every note, but carrying the same essential comfort, the same sense of being cherished and understood. More than that, it tastes of her own love, her own intention to create something healing for herself and others. I can feel it, she whispers, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not just the taste, but the caring that went into making it. It's like eating a hug. Memory nods with satisfaction. That is comfort food at its truest. Not just something that tastes good, but something that makes the eater feel good, feel cared for, feel worthy of care. You have learned the real recipe. They eat in reverent silence, each spoonful carrying the weight of tradition transformed and love preserved across generations. Hannah understands now that she hasn't lost her grandmother's recipe. She's discovered something deeper, the ability to cook with the same spirit that made ordinary pudding extraordinary. The cookbook glows more brightly as they finish their meal, new text appearing on its pages. Hannah's own recipe begins to write itself in silver script. Hannah Pemberton's treacle pudding, a granddaughter's love letter to a grandmother's legacy, stirred with intention to comfort those who need to feel held, baked with the understanding that grief and gratitude can transform simple ingredients into edible grace. It's recording this, Hannah breathes in wonder. The cookbook preserves all acts of comfort cooking, Memory explains. Your recipe will help others who come seeking the same understanding you found tonight. The book teaches by example. Each entry shows how love can be stirred into food, how cooking can become a form of care. Over the following weeks, Hannah returns to the cookbook regularly, learning not just recipes but philosophy. She discovers that comfort food traditions exist in every culture represented at Hogwarts. Italian pasta stirred with the rhythm of family gatherings, Indian curries layered with spices that tell stories of home, Scottish oatcakes pressed thin with the patience of generations. Each recipe teaches her something new about the relationship between food and feeling. She learns that angry cooking produces as tough bread, that worried stirring creates lumpy sauces, that gratitude enhances every flavor it touches. More importantly, she learns to transform difficult emotions through the act of cooking itself, channeling grief into nourishing soup, kneading anxiety into bread that comforts others. Her dorm mates begin to notice changes in Hannah, not just her improved mood, though that's certainly apparent, but her increased presence, her deeper capacity for offering comfort to others. When Sarah struggles with homesickness, Hannah appears with cookies that taste like being understood. When Marcus faces family troubles, she brings him bread that carries the flavor of stability and support. "Where did you learn to cook like this?" Sarah asks one evening, savoring a piece of Hannah's grief cake, dense and rich, and somehow perfectly calibrated to their shared missing of things left behind. From a book, Hannah says, which is true but incomplete, "It taught me that comfort food isn't about the recipe, it's about the intention you stir into it, the care you bake into every bite." She doesn't mention the cookbook's location, understanding instinctively that it reveals itself only to those ready to receive its lessons. But she shares its wisdom freely, teaching anyone who's interested about cooking with intention, about the way emotional state becomes part of the meal. Professor Sprout notices Hannah's transformation during their greenhouse work, the way she tends plants with the same mindful attention she brings to cooking. "You've found something this year," the professor observes, "something that's helping you process your grief in healthy ways. In Forlan Durian, some Yuan Duri Suking Durian. I've learned that taking care of others helps me take care of myself," Hannah replies, thinking of the comfort foods she's created, the way cooking for her friends has eased her own sorrow, and that my grandmother's love didn't disappear when she died, it just transformed into something I can carry forward and share. The spring term passes in a rhythm of cooking and learning, of comfort offered and received. Hannah's grief, while never completely gone, transforms from sharp pain into gentle sadness, then into something richer: gratitude for the love she received, determination to pass that love forward through her own acts of care. Her letters home grow longer, filled with stories of the cookbook and the wisdom it's taught her. Her parents respond with their own memories of Eleanor's cooking, sharing recipes and techniques Hannah had forgotten. But more than that, they share the understanding that her grandmother's greatest gift wasn't any particular dish, but the love she stirred into everything she made. "You sound like yourself again," her mother writes, but deeper somehow, more aware of the connections between food and feeling. "Your father and I are so proud of how you've honored Grandmom's memory by learning to cook with the same spirit she brought to her kitchen." The final weeks of term find Hannah spending more and more time with the cookbook, not just learning from it, but contributing to it. She adds her own discoveries, the way chopping vegetables can be meditative, the healing power of kneading dough when words aren't enough, the magic of feeding others as a form of prayer. Memory watches her progress with grandmotherly pride, offering guidance when Hannah struggles but allowing her to discover most truths through her own experience. "You have become a comfort cook," she announces one evening as they clean up after making bread for the entire house elf staff. Not just someone who makes comfort food, but someone who understands that all cooking can be comfort if done with proper attention and intention. "What happens to the cookbook over the summer?" Hannah asks, thinking of the long months away from Hogwarts. "It waits," memory says simply, "and it continues collecting recipes from all the comfort cooks who find their way to it. But you will carry its lessons with you. Every meal you prepare with love, every dish you create with intention to comfort, that becomes part of the cookbook's influence, even if you're not physically adding to its pages." The last night of term finds Hannah in the kitchen one final time, reading through the cookbook's entries and marveling at how much she's learned. The book has grown thicker since she first discovered it, filled with new recipes contributed by students who found their way to its wisdom. Each entry pulses with the same essential understanding, that food becomes magical when prepared with love, that comfort doesn't come from what we eat, but from feeling cared for while eating it. All Uvin, Zivchu, Spolstis Spordi, Uvin Dimubrosti, Ifchu, all Uvin. She turns to her grandmother's treacle pudding recipe, now accompanied by her own variations and the recipes of others who learned from Eleanor's example. The page glows with particular warmth, as if recognizing the deep transformation that began with a granddaughter's grief and grew into a new understanding of how love travels across time and space. Thank you, Hannah whispers to the cookbook, to memory, to her grandmother's spirit, that she now understands lives not in any particular recipe, but in the intention to nourish and comfort others. The train ride home feels different this time, charged with purpose rather than weighted with loss. Hannah's trunk contains not just school supplies but packages of comfort food, gifts that carry the magic of understanding, treats that taste of care and attention, and the deep satisfaction of feeding others well. Her parents meet her at the station with the same love they've always shown, but Hannah receives it differently now, not just as comfort for herself, but as inspiration for the comfort she wants to offer others. Her grandmother's kitchen, when she enters it for the first time since the funeral, feels not like a shrine to the past, but like a living space waiting for new memories to be created. That first evening home, Hannah prepares treacle pudding for her family, not trying to recreate her grandmother's exactly, but cooking with the same spirit of love and intention. Her parents taste not just the dessert but the growth she's undergone, the wisdom she's gained about the relationship between food and feeling. This tastes like grandmum's, her father says, tears in his eyes. Not identical, but the same love is there, the same understanding, the same recipe. Hannah agrees, knowing they understand she means something deeper than ingredients and technique. The summer passes in a rhythm of cooking and sharing, of comfort offered and received. Hannah's grief, transformed through understanding into gratitude and purpose, guides her hands as she prepares meal after meal with intention to nourish not just bodies but spirits. She teaches her younger cousins what she's learned about mindful cooking, shows her neighbors how stirring with love changes everything. Most importantly, she writes, not just letters to friends at Hogwarts, but contributions to her own cookbook, a collection of comfort recipes and the wisdom she's gained about cooking with heart. Each entry follows the pattern the magical book taught her, not just ingredients and steps, but the emotional context that makes ordinary food extraordinary. When September approaches, and it's time to return to Hogwarts, Hannah packs her trunk with excitement rather than reluctance. She's bringing gifts, special ingredients from her grandmother's garden, recipes discovered during her summer of intentional cooking, and most importantly, the confidence that comes from truly understanding how to transform love into nourishment. The castle welcomes her back with familiar warmth, but Hannah sees it differently now. Not just as a school, but as a place where the deepest magic happens, not in classrooms, but in quiet moments of care exchanged between souls, who understand that love is the most powerful ingredient of all. That first night back, she makes her way to the kitchen with quiet anticipation. The cookbook waits behind the pepper grinder, glowing with welcome, its pages ready to receive new wisdom gained through summer practice. Memory greets her with the warmth of a teacher, welcoming a student who has truly learned her lessons. You have grown, Memory observes, watching Hannah move through the kitchen space with new confidence and grace. I've learned to carry the cookbook with me, Hannah replies, understanding that the real magic isn't in the book itself, but in the wisdom it teaches about cooking with intention, about making every meal an act of love. They work together in companionable silence, preparing comfort food for the new students who will inevitably find their way to the kitchen's warmth, seeking something they can't quite name but desperately need. Hannah's hands move with the assured rhythm of someone who has learned to cook not just with technique but with heart, stirring intention into every dish, seasoning each bite with care. The cookbook glows more brightly as they work, new recipes writing themselves across its luminous pages, stories of summer comfort, of love preserved and transformed, of a granddaughter who honored her grandmother's memory by learning to cook with the same spirit that made ordinary ingredients extraordinary. As the familiar rhythm of terms settles around her, Hannah realizes that the journey begun in grief has led her to something she didn't know she was seeking. Not the recovery of what was lost, but the discovery of how love continues, transforms, expands through every act of care we offer to others. The cookbook taught her that comfort food comforts not through what it contains, but through the love stirred into its making. And that lesson has become the foundation of how she approaches not just cooking, but living. The kitchen embraces her return like a sanctuary welcoming its keeper, and Hannah knows that she has found her calling, not just in the magical recipes that write themselves on glowing pages, but in the deeper magic of understanding that every meal prepared with love becomes a form of prayer. Every dish created with intention to comfort becomes a small act of healing in a world that always needs more care. As the comfort food cookbook settles back into its patient rhythm of preserving love through recipes, and Hannah discovers the deep satisfaction of cooking with intention, another student finds himself drawn to the kitchen's most mysterious corner. In our next tale, Oliver learns that ingredients themselves carry stories, and that listening to their whispered histories can transform both cook and meal. Join us next time for the Storytelling Pantry. Oliver Finch has always been most comfortable in the spaces between things. Not quite student, not quite staff, existing in the margins of Hogwarts life with the quiet contentment of someone who has learned to find purpose in being useful rather than noticed. While his Hufflepuff housemates gather in the common room's warm circles, sharing stories and laughter with the easy intimacy of belonging, Oliver slips away to the kitchens where his presence serves a function, where his hands can be busy with tasks that matter. The house elves welcome him with the gentle acceptance they reserve for those who understand that work can be worship, that the simple act of preparing food for others carries its own quiet magic. They don't question why a fifth-year student chooses to spend his evenings peeling potatoes and scrubbing cauldrons rather than studying or socializing. Perhaps they recognize in his careful attention to mundane tasks the same devotion they bring to their own service. Oliver finds peace in the kitchen's rhythm, the steady chop of knives against cutting boards, the gentle bubble of simmering broths, the whispered conversations of elves coordinating the endless task of feeding a castle full of growing wizards. Here, his natural quietness isn't a failing but a gift, allowing him to move through the workspace without disrupting its flow, to anticipate needs before they're voiced, to offer help with the unobtrusive grace of someone genuinely happy to be useful. It's on a particularly quiet Tuesday evening in late November that Oliver first hears them, whispers so soft they might be mistaken for the settling of old wood or the sigh of cooling ovens. He's alone in the far corner of the kitchen, methodically organizing spice racks while the evening's cleanup continues around him, when the voices reach his ears like secrets carried on an impossibly gentle breeze. At first, he assumes it's the house elves talking among themselves, their voices dropped low to avoid disturbing his work. But as he pauses to listen more carefully, Oliver realizes the whispers aren't coming from any visible source. They seem to emanate from the walls themselves, from the shelves lined with preserved foods and dried herbs, from the very air that moves between jars and bottles like breath between words. The sensation is so subtle, so easily dismissed as imagination, that Oliver almost convinces himself he's heard nothing at all. But then a jar of pickled onions speaks quite clearly about the summer of its creation, how the farmer's wife who made the preserves had been pregnant with her first child, how she'd stirred her hopes for the baby into every batch, how the onions still carry the taste of expectant joy even months after their making. Oliver sets down the sage he's been sorting and looks around the kitchen with new attention. The house elves continue their work, showing no sign that they hear anything unusual. The voices, if that's what they are, seem to be speaking to him alone. Or perhaps, he realizes with growing wonder, he's the only one listening carefully enough to hear them. A bottle of olive oil catches his attention next, its golden contents seeming to glow slightly in the lamplight. As Oliver approaches, the oil begins to tell its story in whispers that taste of Mediterranean sunshine and ancient groves. It speaks of trees older than Hogwarts itself, their roots deep in soil that has nourished countless generations. The harvest was done by hands that knew every branch, every leaf, pressed with care that honored the gift being received. "You can hear them," says a soft voice behind him, and Oliver turns to find one of the older house elves watching him with knowing eyes. This is Rosemary, named, she once told him, for the herb that represents remembrance, whose decades in the kitchens have made her a repository of culinary wisdom and cooking lore. "Hear what?" Oliver asks, though he suspects he already knows. "The ingredients," Rosemary says simply. "They speak to those who listen with proper respect, who understand that food is more than sustenance. You have always cooked with such respect, Oliver. It was only a matter of time before they began sharing their stories with you." Oliver looks around the kitchen with new eyes, suddenly aware that he's surrounded by voices he's only just learned to hear. Every jar, every sack of grain, every hanging bundle of herbs carries its own history, its own tales of earth and weather and the hands that tended its growth. The realization is overwhelming and wonderful in equal measure. "How long have you known?" he asks Rosemary, who has returned to her own tasks but keeps one ear tuned to their conversation. "Known that you could hear them, since your first week helping in the kitchens," she replies. "You handled ingredients with the reverence they require, spoke to them as you worked, thanked them for their gifts. Such courtesy is rare. It was inevitable that they would respond. But what do they want? Why are they telling me their stories?" Rosemary pauses in her chopping to consider the question seriously. "Perhaps," she says finally, "they want what all storytellers want, to be heard, to be understood, to have their experiences acknowledged and honored. Food carries memory, Oliver. Every ingredient remembers where it came from, how it was grown, what care it received. Most people consume these memories without ever recognizing them. But you," she smiles at him with genuine warmth, "you listen." That night, Oliver lies awake in his dormitory thinking about the voices in the kitchen, the stories whispered by ingredients that most people see only as components in recipes. His dorm mates sleep soundly around him, their breathing even and untroubled by wonder or revelation, while Oliver's mind races with possibilities. The next evening finds him back in the kitchens, but with different purpose than usual. Instead of immediately beginning his customary tasks, he moves slowly through the storage areas, paying attention not just to what needs organizing, but to what wants to be heard. A sack of flour speaks first. Ancient grain varieties grown in fields that have fed families for generations, ground by mills whose stones were shaped by craftsmen who understood that bread making is sacred work. The flour remembers sunshine and rain in perfect measure, remembers the satisfaction of the harvest, the pride of the millers who knew their product would nourish bodies and souls alike. Oliver listens with the complete attention he's learned to bring to any task worth doing, and gradually other ingredients join the conversation. Salt from sea caves where it crystallized over centuries, vegetables that grew in gardens tended with love and seasonal wisdom, spices that traveled trade routes older than recorded history, each carrying stories of the places and people who brought them to Hogwarts kitchens. "They trust you," Rosemary observes, watching Oliver commune with a particularly ancient sourdough starter that's been bubbling contentedly in its crock for longer than anyone can remember. "What's it telling you?" she asks, genuinely curious about the starter's tales. Even she, who has worked with it for decades, has never quite learned the art of ingredient listening that comes so naturally to Oliver. "It remembers every loaf it's ever helped create," Oliver says, his voice filled with awe. "Every celebration it provided bread for, every communion it made possible between baker and eater. It speaks of continuity, of the way some things persist across generations, connecting us to all the hands that needed before ours." The weeks that follow transform Oliver's relationship not just with cooking but with food itself. Each meal becomes an opportunity to honor the stories of its components, to acknowledge the journey from earth to table that every ingredient has undertaken. His cooking improves dramatically, not because his technique changes, but because his understanding deepens. He learns to work with ingredients as partners rather than mere supplies, to let their natural qualities guide his choices rather than imposing predetermined outcomes. More importantly, the stories begin to change him. Through the voices of ingredients, Oliver gains access to perspectives he never could have imagined. The patient endurance of root vegetables that spent months growing in darkness, the generous surrender of fruits that gave themselves willingly to nourishment, the collaborative spirit of herbs that enhanced rather than dominated the dishes they seasoned. "You're different lately," observes Marcus, one of Oliver's dorm mates, during a rare evening when Oliver joins the common room gathering instead of disappearing to the kitchens. Happier, maybe, more present. Oliver considers this, recognizing the truth in Marcus's observation. The ingredient voices have given him something he didn't realize he was missing: connection to stories larger than his own, understanding that his quiet existence at the margins of things places him at the center of networks of care and sustenance that most people never notice. Horland's sustenance that most people never notice. Horland's sustenance that most people never notice. "I've found my purpose," Oliver says finally. "Or maybe my purpose found me. I'm learning that there are more ways to belong than I ever realized." It's during the Christmas season, when the kitchens work overtime to prepare the holiday feast, that Oliver discovers the full extent of his gift. The increased activity means more ingredients telling more stories, their voices layering and interweaving until the kitchen fills with a symphony of whispered histories that only he can hear. But instead of being overwhelming, the cacophony resolves into harmony, stories that complement and enhance each other, ingredients that share themes of celebration and abundance, of gratitude and connection across time and space. Oliver realizes that he's not just hearing individual tales, but accessing a vast network of interconnected stories that spans continents and centuries. A particularly ancient jar of preserved lemons speaks of Mediterranean markets where vendors have sold the same family recipes for generations, their stalls gathering places for community and conversation. Cranberries whisper of North American bogs where indigenous peoples understood seasons and cycles long before European settlers arrived, their knowledge preserved in the careful balance of harvest and conservation. Each story teaches Oliver something about the world beyond Hogwarts walls, about the countless lives and cultures that contribute to every meal served in the Great Hall. He begins to understand that eating connects him not just to the earth that grew his food, but to all the hands that tended and harvested and prepared it, to every tradition that shaped the way ingredients are used and honored. "You're becoming a translator," Rosemary tells him one evening as they work together to prepare bread for the next day's breakfast. "The ingredients have always had stories to tell, but most people lack the patience or reverence to hear them. You're learning to listen, and more than that, you're learning to help others understand what you hear." She's right, Oliver realizes. Without conscious intention, he's begun sharing the stories during his kitchen work, telling other student helpers about the wheat that remembers prairie winds, the yeast that carries the wisdom of fermentation across cultures, the salt that connects every cook to the ancient seas where life itself began. The other students listen with interest that surprises everyone, drawn by something in Oliver's storytelling that makes ordinary ingredients seem magical, mysterious, worthy of respect and wonder. Even the house elves pause in their work sometimes to hear him explain an ingredient's journey, nodding with recognition when he captures truths they've sensed but never articulated. Paul does. It's Professor Sprout who suggests that Oliver expand his audience beyond the kitchen's regular inhabitants. "I've been hearing remarkable things about your work with the cooking staff," she tells him during herbology class, her tone warm with approval. "Hall students are talking about how you've helped them understand the connection between what we grow and what we eat, how ingredients carry stories worth knowing. Have you considered sharing these insights more formally?" The idea terrifies and excites Oliver in equal measure. Standing before groups, being the center of attention, goes against every instinct that has shaped his quiet approach to life. But the stories the ingredients tell him feel too important to keep to himself, too valuable to remain hidden in kitchen conversations. "What did you have in mind?" he asks, already knowing he'll agree to whatever she suggests. Dinner gatherings, Professor Sprout explains. Small groups of interested students, meals prepared with full attention to the story's ingredients carry. You could cook while sharing what you've learned. Help others understand that food connects us to the entire world. The first story supper, as they come to be called, takes place on a quiet Sunday evening in January. Oliver has invited just 6 students, fellow Hufflepuffs mostly, plus 2 Ravenclaws whose genuine curiosity about ingredient origins convinced him they'll listen with proper respect. The menu is simple: bread, soup, salad and tea, but each component chosen specifically for the richness of its stories. Oliver begins as they always begin in the kitchens, with thanks to the ingredients, acknowledgement of their gifts, invitation for them to share their wisdom. To his surprise, the ingredient voices seem stronger in this setting, more eager to communicate when they sense multiple listeners rather than just one. This bread, Oliver says as he slices the warm loaf, began as wheat grown in fields that have fed people for over 1,000 years. The farmer who tends those fields learned from his grandfather, who learned from his grandfather, creating an unbroken chain of knowledge about soil and seasons and the patience required to grow food that truly nourishes. He pauses to let them taste, watching their faces change as they experience not just the bread's flavor but its history, its connection to generations of careful cultivation. The soup tells stories of roots that grew deep and steady through winter darkness, finding strength in earth that has been enriched by countless seasons of growth and decay and renewal. The herbs that season it speak of Mediterranean hillsides where their ancestors learned to concentrate sunshine into volatile oils that carry healing as well as flavor. With each dish, each story, Oliver watches his small audience transform. Holby begin to ask questions, not just about ingredients, but about the systems that bring food to their table, the people whose labor makes their meals possible, the environmental conditions that allow such abundance to exist. I never thought about where my food came from before, admits Sarah, a third-year Hufflepuff, who volunteered to help with cleanup. I mean, I knew it grew somewhere, but I never considered that somewhere as a real place with real people who care about what they're growing. Every bite connects us to the world, Oliver replies, quoting something the ancient sourdough starter told him weeks ago. We're never really eating alone. We're joining a conversation that includes everyone who had a hand in bringing our food to us. Word of the story suppers spreads through the informal networks that carry all the best secrets at Hogwarts. Students begin approaching Oliver in corridors, asking when the next gathering will be, whether they might attend, what they need to know to participate respectfully. His quiet presence at the margins of school life suddenly becomes the center of something unexpected and wonderful. But with growth comes challenges Oliver hadn't anticipated. Some students arrive at story suppers with frivolous attitudes, treating the ingredient voices as entertainment rather than wisdom worth respecting. Oliver learns to set boundaries, to explain that the stories only come to those who listen with genuine reverence, who understand that food connects them to networks of care and labor that deserve acknowledgement and gratitude. It's not magic in the showy sense, he explains to a group that includes several skeptical Slytherins who've come more from curiosity than respect. It's more like meditation. The ingredients speak to those who are present enough to hear them, respectful enough to deserve their trust. If you're here just for novelty, you probably won't experience what we're sharing. To his surprise, this directness doesn't drive people away. It draws the right people closer. Students who truly want to understand, who recognize that connection to their food might deepen their connection to the world, begin forming the core community of regular story supper attendees. Marcus becomes one of his most dedicated participants, arriving early to help with preparation and staying late to discuss the implications of ingredient stories for understanding global systems of trade and agriculture. Sarah develops such sensitivity to ingredient voices that she begins hearing them herself, becoming Oliver's first apprentice in the art of culinary listening. You're teaching something the regular curriculum doesn't address, Professor Sprout observes during one of their occasional conversations about the growing story supper community. Connection to the earth, understanding of how food systems work, appreciation for the labor that makes our meals possible. These are essential lessons for young wizards who will inherit responsibility for the world's well-being. The spring term brings new challenges and opportunities. The spring term brings new challenges and opportunities. Oliver's story suppers have become popular enough to require larger spaces, more complex organization, and more careful attention to group dynamics. He learns to read his audiences, to adjust his storytelling to match their readiness to receive difficult truths about industrialized agriculture, exploited workers, and environmental degradation that some ingredient stories reveal. But he also discovers the profound satisfaction that comes from watching students develop their own relationships with food, their own appreciation for the connections that link every meal to vast networks of care and cultivation. When Sarah successfully hosts her own story supper, sharing what she's learned about listening to ingredient voices while preparing a meal that honors their wisdom, Oliver feels pride deeper than any academic achievement he's ever earned. "You've found your calling," Rosemary tells him one evening as they work together in the now familiar rhythm of shared kitchen tasks. Not just cooking, not just listening, but translating, helping others understand what ingredients want them to know. She's right, Oliver realizes. The shy boy who once sought purpose in the margins has discovered that the margins themselves are the center of something essential, the place where food meets story, where individual hunger connects to collective responsibility, where quiet listening becomes a form of service more powerful than any magic he's learned in classrooms. The end of term approaches with mixed emotions for Oliver. His story suppers have become an integral part of his identity at Hogwarts, but more than that, they've become a service he provides to a community that has grown around shared appreciation for ingredient wisdom. The thought of summer separation from the kitchen's whispered stories, from the ingredients that have become his teachers and friends, fills him with genuine sadness, but the ingredients themselves seem unconcerned about temporary separation. During his final story supper of the term, they speak with unusual warmth about continuity and connection, about the way understanding, once gained, travels with the understander regardless of physical location. The stories don't stay in these kitchens, the ancient sourdough starter tells him as he prepares it for summer dormancy. They live in the listeners, grow with the telling, connect with new ingredients wherever respectful cooks are willing to hear them. You carry the stories now, Oliver. You are part of the network. The train ride home feels different this time, charged with purpose rather than weighted with reluctance. Oliver's trunk contains not just school supplies, but carefully preserved samples of ingredients that have become friends. A portion of the sourdough starter, dried herbs that have shared their most precious stories, spices that carry the wisdom of distant markets and ancient trade routes. His parents notice the changes immediately. The quiet boy who left for school has returned as someone more confident, more present, more aware of the connections that link his family's table to the wider world. When Oliver cooks for them, simple meals infused with the storytelling techniques he's learned, they taste not just food but wonder, not just sustenance but connection to something larger than their small household. "Where did you learn to cook like this?" his mother asks, savoring bread that seems to carry the essence of every grain that contributed to its making. From listening, Oliver replies, which is both completely true and utterly inadequate to explain the transformation he's undergone. He spends the summer developing his gift in new contexts, learning how local ingredients tell different stories than those he heard at Hogwarts, discovering that the skill of respectful listening translates across regions and traditions. The farmer's market near his home becomes a classroom where vendors appreciate his genuine interest in their products' origins, where ingredients grown in familiar soil share tales of local weather patterns and family farming traditions. More importantly, Oliver learns that the network Rosemary described is real and vast, connecting him to other listeners, other translators, other people who have discovered the profound satisfaction of understanding food as more than mere consumption. Through letters exchanged with story supper participants, through connections made at summer markets, through the simple act of cooking with attention and gratitude, Oliver realizes that he's become part of something larger than any individual gift or talent. When September approaches and it's time to return to Hogwarts, Oliver packs his trunk with excitement rather than reluctance. He's bringing gifts, ingredients from his summer explorations, recipes that honor local traditions, and most importantly, expanded understanding of how the network of food stories connects every place to every other place through the simple act of respectful listening. The castle welcomes him back with familiar warmth, but Oliver sees it differently now, not just as a school but as a node in the vast network of places where food stories are told and heard, where ingredients share their wisdom with those ready to receive it. That first evening back, he makes his way to the kitchens with quiet anticipation. The ingredients welcome him like old friends returning from travels, their voices warm with recognition and eager to share what has happened in his absence. New stories have joined the collection. Summer harvests with their own tales of growth and abundance, autumn preparations that speak of cycles and seasons, and the patient work of preservation. Rosemary greets him with the satisfaction of a teacher welcoming a student who has truly learned her lessons. "You've grown," she observes, watching Oliver move through the kitchen space with new authority and grace. "I've learned that the network is everywhere," Oliver replies, understanding that this is both ending and beginning, the end of his apprenticeship in ingredient listening, the beginning of his role as teacher and translator for others ready to hear what food has to say. They work together in comfortable rhythm, preparing ingredients for the first story supper of the new term while catching up on summer adventures and discoveries. The kitchen fills with voices as word spreads of Oliver's return, not just ingredient voices but human ones too, as students who have missed the connection and understanding they found in his gatherings begin appearing with offers to help, questions about when the next supper will be, gratitude for lessons that have changed how they think about every meal. Oliver realizes that he has found what he was seeking without knowing he was searching, not just purpose or belonging, but his true role as someone who helps others understand that no one eats alone, that every meal connects us to the vast network of care and cultivation that makes life possible, that ingredients themselves are teachers waiting for students ready to listen with proper respect and gratitude. The story suppers resume with new energy and expanded understanding, but their essential purpose remains unchanged, helping people discover that food is never just food, that eating is always an act of communion with the world, that ingredients carry wisdom available to anyone willing to listen with the reverence due to gifts freely given. As Oliver serves his first meal of the new term, sharing stories of summer corn that remembers prairie sunshine and autumn apples that hold the satisfaction of perfect ripeness, he understands that the quiet boy who once sought purpose in the margins has discovered that the margins themselves contain the center of everything important, the place where individual need meets collective abundance, where personal gratitude connects to global responsibility, where the simple act of listening transforms both listener and story into something richer than either could be alone. The kitchen embraces his return like a sanctuary welcoming its keeper, and Oliver knows that he has found his calling not just in the ingredient voices that continue to share their stories, but in the deeper magic of understanding that every meal is an opportunity to acknowledge connection, every bite a chance to express gratitude for the vast network of care that makes nourishment possible. In the gentle glow of kitchen warmth, surrounded by the whispered stories of ingredients that trust him to translate their wisdom for others, Oliver finally understands that the greatest magic isn't in flashy spells or dramatic transformations, but in the quiet recognition that we are never alone, never separate from the world that feeds us, never without opportunities to express gratitude for the countless gifts that make every day not just possible, but nourishing in ways that extend far beyond the merely physical. As the storytelling pantry settles into its rhythm of whispered wisdom, and Oliver establishes his role as translator between ingredient voices and human understanding, the midnight kitchens of Hogwarts continue their ancient work, transforming simple sustenance into the deeper nourishment of connection, understanding, and the quiet magic of attention fully given to the gifts that sustain us all. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire, and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.